So within the whole Islamic world, we still have some bleeding wounds. And so the Palestine is on the top of this list, and because of sectarianism, so Yemen is another country, the people of which is being cut into pieces. And throughout the history, Yemen has become this symbol. So the problem of Palestine has become the symbol of atrocity. And also, so this problem is also the source of all the security-related problems in the Middle East as well. Israel, unfortunately, is still closing all the peace doors and disregarding all the efforts and continuing to deprive the Palestinian people of its rights. Ladies and gentlemen, so it's been a century since the Jews migrated to Jerusalem, and since then there has been separation, and also there have been efforts to make the people Jewish, and also racism has also continued since then. Both Muslims and Christians have been targeted in the region, and Zionists have killed a great number of Palestinians, and also they are also keeping many Palestinians in prisons as well. They distinguished their homes, they shed their blood in a merciless way, and also they forced them to live under abject circumstances. On the other hand, the people of we see that the people of Palestine are deprived of even the most fundamental rights. This problem hasn't been solved yet. Now we face the problem of Afghanistan. Unfortunately, Afghanistan has been in the war arena of big powers, both in the sky and on the ground as well. And also, these big powers have tried their most modern weapons in Afghanistan. However, and unfortunately, the Afghan people have paid the price of this very heavily, and they are still paying it. On the other hand, and we have seen that the problem doesn't stop there either, and the same goes for Yemen. So the ideology of Iran has been pursued in a bloody way. They have used warfare, and we repeatedly say that. So our people are being killed by terrorists and also bandits as well, and also the historic city of Maghreb is facing a ruling as well. And thousands of people have fled this atrocity, and they have taken shelter in different regions. Unfortunately, Yemen is under serious threat. The Saudi Morsi terrorist, in the face of this terrorist attack against Yemen, so we kind of ask for your support, and then so infrastructure has been harmed, and also the blood of Muslims has been shed as well. And as Muslims, I believe that we should stand as a whole, and so there is no difference between what the Houthis do and what Israel does. And if it wasn't for our brothers in Saudi Arabia, and if they didn't stand by us, unfortunately we would, I think, be in a much worse situation. Well, distinguished brothers and sisters, in order for a meeting to go beyond being just a meeting of formality, I'd like to make a call to all of you. And I believe that the commission should be formed by the members in this country, and they should investigate and they should work on the crimes committed in Turkey and also the violations taking part in Yemen. And I believe that the same should be made for the countries other than Yemen as well. And I believe that a recommendation or a resolution should be made, and we should then approach the United Nations based on this resolution. Our religion and our conscience always requires us to take the right decision. And in no way moral can be something, moral can never be negotiated. And may Allah prevent us from deviating from the right way, and may the blessings of Allah be on you. Thank you so much.
Evet. Buyurun arkadaşlar.
Yes, friends. 3 minutes.
Yerinizden buyurun. Açın şey.
Yes, you can unmute yourselves. Turn on your microphone.
Buyurun buyurun.
Please, the floor is yours.
Merciful. Wanted that the people of Yemen are those people that are living in territories, that not those who are hotels. The second issue is that I want to host I want to say that there are two basic points I would like to mention. The first issue is the Yemeni people, the real representative of Yemen are those people who are living inside their territories. The true parliament of Yemen is based in Sana'a, in their own capital. Those who are living in hotels in Riyadh, they have come to this hotel, they cannot truly represent the people of Yemen. Now the second point is that our conference is on issue of Palestine and Afghanistan. With these divisive remarks, don't try to erode. They are compromising the unity among Islamic countries. We totally reject by the so-called Yemeni delegation. We reject all of the delegation, and we offer our support for a political and a fair solution to the conflict in Yemen. We emphasize on this. From our perspective, resumption of the national dialogue under the leadership of the Yemeni people, it's with the participation of a representative of all political and social groups and parties, is the right of the people of Yemen, and it can resolve and put an end to the crisis in Yemen. But are influencing the issue of Palestine, and also the great crisis in Afghanistan with this unfounded allegation of Yemeni delegations. It will prevent having conclusion in this conference. Try to moderate and try to point the correct path for the participant of this conference, and do not allow the disorientation or sidetracking of our conference here.
Sayın Reis.
Çok ne oldu? Nereden?
شكرا أخ الرئيس. أولا ما يدعو
arkadaşlar bir dakika
ما يدعو للحزن
Yemen Meclis Başkanı
ما يدعو للحزن. تفضل. أتكلم.
Yes, please, distinguished speakers. Please, let's do not turn this into a mutual conflict, by the way. Well, I would like to say something really brief here. Well, what I take it as odds is that Iraq talking on behalf of Yemen as if they're a proxy to Yemen. I am a Yemeni person. Since 1988, I am a member of the parliamentary. So for myself, for Yemen, actually, I speak. It's impossible for us to accept anybody speaking on our behalf. So they try to be a proxy. They try to display their proxy over Yemen. So if, for instance, they are sincere in regards to peace, okay, so let them leave the war. They try to act as the guardian of Yemen. So in this respect, they are just killing 3 million people. So we never would step back from peace, but Iran, with its destructive weapons, with its missiles, unfortunately, they are still killing people for 16 years. So let's not turn this into a bilateral mutual conflict. I give 5 minutes break.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. İkinci oturumu açıyorum.
So I'm opening the second session, distinguished participants, distinguished speakers of parliament, and also deputy speakers and also members of parliament. There's some humming in the room, and I'll be more than glad if you can give an end to this humming. And we will start the second session, which will be presided by our Niger, our speaker from Niger.
Bien. Bonjour. Nous allons donc...
Hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, şimdi oturumumuza devam ediyoruz.
2 minutes.
So Iran asked for the floor. You have 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes, please.
It's right of my country to use right of response about some wrong statement that we have received about Islamic Republic of Iran. But by request of the host, I mean that the Turkey and some other brothers delegation, just I I don't use this right, but for the next time, just I'm asking that the POIC should be aware to invite the real representative of the Yemen to participate in the next round of the POIC. Thank you very much.
Merci pour votre compréhension.
Now, I'd like to give the floor to Egypt.
السيد الرئيس
Distinguished President, Mr. Chairman, I'm the head of the Parliament of Yemen. Would you please allow me distinguished speakers of parliaments and also distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all with the abundance of Allah. May the blessing of Allah be on you. First and foremost, I must state that I'm so honored to be the speakers of parliaments, and I would like to convey the greetings of my colleagues from Egypt, and also I hope that this will be a fruitful meeting, and I hope that it will contribute to the interests of the Islamic world, and I hope that some resolutions in alignment with the dignity of the Islamic world. Today, so we're facing many trials of any sorts, and so the Islamic world is facing many trials, and there are some very rapid developments are taking place, and so our security and stability are under a threat. And as representatives of the Islamic world, we should definitely be in solidarity, and we should act together against all these trials. And we should learn a lesson from some previous incidents. That's why we should eliminate the barriers on our way, and we should continue to proceed. When it comes to Palestine, the topic of Palestine is our #1 agenda item, and it's very important. The whole Islamic world, the Islamic community agrees on an end should be given to this problem, and it has always been a priority for Muslim countries and also Arab countries as well, and also within the region of Arab and Islam, we should work towards a fair and just solution. And of course, the establishment of an independent Palestine with borders in 1967, and also we should be talking about the establishment of a state with Eastern Jerusalem as its capital. And so the Arab community and also the Islamic community so the people of Palestine are being attacked by the Israeli invasion powers, and also the Israeli government are also establishing settlements in an illegal way. That's why so it's a central issue. So the Palestine is a central issue for Egypt. So it is our aim to establish and ensure a comprehensive peace. We know that the establishment of an independent Palestine state and having Eastern Jerusalem as its capital is a must for us, and we believe that it is very important for the stability of the whole world as well. And also similarly, so there are many military conflicts are taking place in Jerusalem, and also there are conflicts between Israel and Hamas as well. And all these tensions should be de-escalated, and also Egypt has allocated a certain, and Egypt is going to contribute to the reconstruction of Gaza, and also we're also working on eliminating differences about combining the Egyptian house. So terrorism is threatening our whole region and our whole people as well. And also there are threats against the Islam religion as well. And we can say that there's terrorism against Islam as well. And we are so we see that we are facing very dangerous trials of all sorts, and they call it Islamic terrorism, but the Muslim language is based on pluralism. That's why so we are conducting work on this, and also so we also oppose the claims of some extremists, and also we are making statements to this end as well. That's why, in order to tell the real Islam, we should be working all together, and setting out from this point, I say that. And so we should have a consensus among our parliament, so that we can take action to these extremists. And I think we should do this against these extremists. And also similarly, sustainable development is of great importance within the Islam community, and I believe that this would also prevent migration taking place in this region as well. So the Egyptian state is making great efforts on sustainable development, and also a law has been enacted about illegal migration. We are trying to prevent it. And as I said before, sustainable development is of utmost importance to us, and it's only through development migration may be prevented. And the Egyptian state is also providing loans, and also developing infrastructure, and also creating jobs in many fields as well. And so we, of course, reap the results of all these efforts, so that we can prevent illegal migration. And as we see, since 2016, Egypt only permits legal migration, but illegal migration has been prohibited. So Islamic cooperation, and I believe has the capacity to explain the Islamic unity to the entire world, and it's very important that we can work in the scope. And we can use certain methods to this end, and also we can also so one of these methods is making moves for sustainable development, because it's the right of our people to live in prosperity and also safety as well. And we have a big responsibility in terms of integration, Islamic cooperation and integration. As you know, the whole Islamic community, by acting together for all of us, so we can carry the Muslim Ummah to bright days, and then it can become stellar again in the world. I hope that your efforts will reap good results and will be auspicious for all our people. Thank you so much.
Bien, je souhaiterais.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's also adhere to our time as well, because approximately 20 people would like to take the floor now. Jordan, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي العربي.
In the name of God Almighty, may God's mercy be upon us. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished President, distinguished representatives of the parliaments and the heads of the delegations, may God's mercy be upon you. Well, first of all, the Turkish Grand National Assembly, we would like to thank them for their hospitality. And I also would like to extend our gratitude for the General Secretary and our colleagues at PUIC. I wouldn't like to take too much of your time. As our chairperson has mentioned, we are limited in time. In PUIC, our headline, the headline of this meeting is indeed the unity, or should be the unity of the Islam Ummah. And in this respect, we have to be really sincere and we have to be really serious. We as the Jordan kingship, both our king and also the Jordan nation, we support the Palestine brothers, the Palestine society, as always. Our king is vigilant and sensitive on the Palestine issue, unfortunately. In this respect, many complexities do arise. Well, because of these principal stands of Jordan, some so-called countries that represent themselves as Arab countries, they also have conspiracies. However, both as the parliament and as the society of Jordan, we stand by the political regime of our country and have stated that we support Palestine, and which we have clearly stated is that our king doesn't interfere with any domestic affairs of any countries and would not so ever. And also, we always have got the mission to be a peace dove. And in this respect, I would like to clearly state that Jordan is hosting more than 1.5 Arab refugees. Our lives and our breads we share with these refugees. This is what Jordan is all about, with its king, with its society. This is the Jordan that we are talking about today. Our Arab brothers and sisters and our brothers and sisters in the Muslim countries. Our actual headline should be to divert from this unity and to ensure unity amongst ourselves. Well, we've listened to the talks recently. Some just left after they delivered their speeches here. And distinguished President, we would like to thank Turkey for hosting this meeting. Always, Jerusalem, Al-Quds, and the holy territory of Al-Quds, we will always take care of it as a guardian in Sheikh Jarrah and in Gaza. The latest violations took place, and the whole world knows the stance that was displayed against these violations. On the other hand, the Arab world remained silent. So I would like to call out to the Arab League. Please do pose a serious stance against these violations, and one of the recommendations of this meeting should be the position of Al-Quds and Jordan's stance in this respect. May God's prosperity and mercy be upon you. Thank you so very much. Now the floor goes to Oman. In the name of God, extending our salutations to our Prophet Muhammad. If we follow them, we will follow the path of religion. Distinguished speakers of the Turkish Grand National Assembly, Mr. Shentop, all the heads of the parliaments, heads of the delegations, participants, ladies and gentlemen, may God's prosperity and mercy be upon you. Well, today we are delighted to be together with you, and on behalf of the Oman Parliament, I would like to thank Mr. Mustafa Shentop, the Speaker of the Turkish Grand National Assembly, for your kind invitation. Today, we are attending the 16th meeting of our organization, and we would like to thank the Turkish Republic, their leaders, their society, for this sincere hospitality, and Turkey Grand National Assembly and the General Secretary, Mr. Qureshi. We would like to thank them as well for all your endeavors. And also, these efforts will continue based on the recommendations that you put forth. They are going to serve for the benefit of the Islam world, and it is going to enhance cooperation between countries. What is important is to implement those recommendations so that stability and prosperity is ensured across the Islam world. Distinguished President, distinguished participant, 16th term meeting of PUIC, especially in the recent years in the Islam world, important and fast developments took place, and we are carrying out this meeting under the light of all these latest developments. And in social realms, political realms, certain changes do take place. As a result, this meeting of ours, we are carrying out in line with the latest developments. What is important for us is to ensure political solutions, and in this respect we should be using the dialogue language, and we should prevent extremism. We do not want any violence. We want to enjoy such societies that these societies live in stability and peace. In this respect, we have to ensure the most appropriate development for our societies. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the Palestine Society. Again, we would like to utter the very issue here because this is an historic issue for us. Al-Quds has gotten in historic importance. It is the very heart of the Islam world. It is our first Qibla, and for the first time, Muslims have performed their prayer by turning to Al-Quds. These are important facts and realities which cannot be concealed. As issues arise and as they become more complicated, definitely we need to find solutions to these problems. Al-Quds should be the eternal capital of Palestine, and our attitude, approach is always legitimate against the Palestine Society, because the Palestine Society themselves has the right to establish a sovereign state within the borders that were drafted in 1967. In this respect, we condemn the invasion of Israel. Al-Quds is going to remain its Arab identity and Muslim identity. Whatever the Israeli forces do there, they will never ever destruct that identity in Al-Quds. And in that respect, as long as these Palestinians exist in that territory, it will never ever perish. It will always remain as such. Going to Afghanistan, yes, in Afghanistan, the Afghan people should give hand in hand, and against all these tests that threaten the humanitarian conditions, the Arab world should overcome the conflicts, should come together in compliance, in harmony, and start developing and restructuring Afghanistan. Yes, the ones who immigrate from Afghanistan, we desire them to return to their country with health and safety. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, well, this conference hopefully is going to be important for all of us. What is important is for us to cooperate with each other. I pray God to provide us safety, peace, prosperity. May God end actually violence from this territory. And finally, what I would like to say is that on behalf of myself and my delegation, on behalf of the Oman parliamentary, hopefully we would like to thank everybody who has contributed for the realization of this meeting. Hopefully we will fulfill our targets in the shortest period of time. May God's mercy and prosperity be upon you. Thank you. Now the floor goes to Pakistan Islamic Republic.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful. His Excellency Mustafa Shentop, Speaker Grand National Assembly of Turkey. His Excellency the Speakers, Deputy Speaker and Head of Delegation.
Selam ediyor.
पुर्तबाक इस्तकबाल और मेज़बानी पर
Secretary General PUIC, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends on the On behalf of the entire Parliament and the people of Pakistan, I express my utmost gratitude to Honorable Speaker Mr. Mustafa Shantop of Grand National Assembly of Turkey for warm welcome and hospitality in this beautiful city of Istanbul. I would also like to thank Excellency Muhammad Qureshi Niaz, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Union of OIC Member States, for convening this important meeting. In the changing world scenario, there is a greater need of debate on important issues of sharing conscience and Islam, Palestine, migration and Afghanistan. I appreciate that during
से निपटने के लिए चैलेंजों के लिए हिकमत अमली तैयार करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
We will strive to develop strategies to cope the challenges posed by migration and volatile situations in Palestine and Afghanistan. Parliament of Pakistan has always demonstrated its solidarity with the PUIC and the Islamic world. In our Parliament, both houses, the Senate and the National Assembly, have always unanimously echoed these sentiments at every important juncture. Excellencies, Islam has always enjoined its believers to act as brothers. Islam stresses on strengthening the connectivity with the Creator through honor worship. But it also provides valuable ethical ideals to bond humanity. A large portion of the Holy Quran and teachings of the Holy Prophet ﷺ engage with social issues and human responsibilities. Allah says in Surah Hujurat, "The believers are but one brotherhood, so make peace between your brothers and be mindful of Allah so you may be shown mercy." Furthermore, Abdullah ibn Umar reported that Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "The Muslim is a brother to another Muslim. He does not wrong him nor surrender him. Whoever fulfills the needs of his brother, Allah will fulfill his needs. Whoever relieves a Muslim from distress, Allah will relieve him from distress on the day of resurrection. Whoever covers the fault of a Muslim, Allah will cover his faults on the day of resurrection." Colleagues and friends, today our society is facing daunting challenges such as poverty, ignorance, injustice, with sometimes induced forced displacement and migration. To respond to such challenges, there is a dire need to reflect on the place of the social conscience in Islam in order to seek guidance. Migration and its implications for development is one of the defining global issues of the 20th century. We are meeting at a critical juncture when people of both member nations of PUIC fraternity are facing the challenge of migration in its most brutal form. Displacement and human sufferings has reached on an unprecedented level. Much of this disorderly displacement has brought unimaginable suffering to people of both nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the Palestinians have suffered all kinds of atrocities such as forced displacement, ethnic cleansing, colonization, desecration of sacred lands, usurpation of agricultural lands, destruction of properties, maltreatment and torture. Founder of Pakistan, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, said that Israel is a creation of the West. We don't think it as a state but an occupier. Defenseless Palestinians have been imposed upon wars of aggression that destroyed cities and leading to the death and wounding of thousands of people. Excellencies, we must reiterate that Palestinian cause is the central cause of the Ummah, and that it is our duty to stand by the side of the Palestinian people until they achieve victory over the enemies and establish their independent Palestinian state with Al-Quds as its capital. Distinguished delegates, ever since Afghanistan found itself under duress, Pakistani nation has stood by it. For Pakistan, as the immediate neighbor who has suffered for 40 years from conflict and instability next door, a peaceful, sovereign, independent and stable Afghanistan is of paramount importance. From the outside, our focus has been to ensure safety, security and protection of the rights of all Afghans. For nearly 4 decades, Pakistan has served as a generous host to millions of Afghan refugees. This is the largest protected refugee situation in the world. Even today, we are hosting over 2.5 million Afghan refugees. Despite our modest resources, the people of Pakistan open their hearts to their Afghan brothers and sisters. We have provided all it can through its limited resources to assist them. And we've been providing them medicine and humanitarian aid by air and land. But still a lot needs to be done. Thus we call upon all brotherly countries to play their part in helping our brothers and sisters in Afghanistan to overcome these challenging times. While there are challenges in current situation, the real opportunity lies in finally ending the 40 years war in Afghanistan. Pakistan has been advocating a pragmatic approach and practical measures on the part of the international community. Pakistan has continued to engage the region in efforts to assist Afghanistan on its path to economic stability. A number of visits have been held to regional countries in this regard. The point of departure has to be a recognition of the changed reality in Afghanistan. The international community must engage actively with positive messaging and constructive steps. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you all that the people of Kashmir continue to suffer atrocities at the hands of Indian occupying forces. I request international community, especially PUIC fraternity, to club Kashmir issue with Palestine as an unresolved issue of the Muslim ummah and one of the root causes of despondency and unrest amongst the Muslim youth. More than 500,000 occupation forces have been brutally occupying the territory since decades, especially making the life difficult after 5 August 2019 with curfew. A new chapter of brutality is being written. Parliament of Pakistan has always supported the cause of Kashmiris' right to self-determination and resolution of Kashmir dispute in accordance with UN resolution. We need the same support from our mission brothers, Muslim brothers from all over the world. Therefore, I earnestly hope that the PUIC forum shall continue to stand with us in this cause so that we may once and for all settle the issue of Kashmir. And I would request that this agenda may be included in the next conference and it may also be reflected in the final outcome declaration. In the end, I once again quote Quran, which explicitly describes a nation's transformation depends on its social awareness and struggle for improvement. As the Quran says, God does not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves. So as a Muslim, if we want to play a better role in shaping a better future for our fellow humans and coming generations, we must improve our social consciousness to provide a more comprehensive order for a new global culture, as it is imperative for the success of individuals and society. The same fulfillment of social responsibility is equally important for the development of humanity, an opportunity to help create a world where no one is left behind in our shared quest for human dignity, and no one is left behind. I thank you all.
Merci. Le Qatar a la parole.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة.
In the name of God. Great service, greetings to our Prophet and Mr. Mustafa Shantop, the term president for the 16th term of PUIC, and he is also the speaker for the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, and Mr. Mustafa Mohammed Quraish Niyaz, Secretary General, esteemed speakers of parliaments, and also esteemed heads of delegations, brothers and sisters. May the abundance of God, of Allah, be on you. On behalf of myself and also on behalf of the Qatari Assembly, I must say that we are honored to be participating in this event. And this is the first time I'm attending such a meeting, so I've been elected twice as a member of Parliament in Qatar, and I'd like to, first and foremost, I'd like to extend my thanks to the Turkish Grand National Assembly and to its speaker, Mr. Shantop, and also to the Turkish people for their hospitality and for hosting and inviting us. And I would like to congratulate them for the organization of this event as well. Similarly, I'd like to thank Mr. Halas Balaskadi as well, because in the 15th term, he assumed very challenging responsibilities. This term is of great importance, especially for us. And so it includes topics which constitute importance for us. One of them is Palestine. So our Arab territory is under invasion, and also so Al-Quds wants to be isolated, and also there are some efforts to make it Jewish. And so the historic realities and demographic realities of Jerusalem wants to be deleted. That's why, for us, Al-Quds is the capital of the state of Palestine. About 2 weeks ago, so a new settlement will be established in the Jerusalem airport area. Yes, they have a resolution from court. That's why. And so now the Jews are also allowed to enter Al-Aqsa Mosque as well. As you know, that it's our first mosque. So yes, we condemn them as PUIC, but we want the whole world, as you know that because of the as you know that the whole world is being affected by the corona pandemic, and so we shouldn't spare any support from the people of Palestine, and we should support also Jerusalem as well, and we should support the United Nations. And within the scope of this of a program, I believe that aid for the Palestinian people should continue. As you know that the Palestinians are facing many problems, so their education is being prevented, and also their development in political and also social areas are being prevented as well. So the Emir of Qatar, so we are providing aid to all the institutions in Palestine, and this year $25 million has been allocated especially to the UNRWA organization, to United Nations Food Program, and this support will be provided to the United Nations. So we believe that the Palestinians have a right to establish a state, and we believe that all the refugees should have a right to go back to their countries. And as for Afghanistan, $22 million Afghani people are going through some hard times due to lack of food, and they are trying to live under this very challenging winter circumstances. And also the Qatari state is acting as a mediator and trying to eliminate all these differences. And also it is taking active part in the deliberations between Taliban and also the United States as well. As you know that the U.S. Forces withdrew from Afghanistan. However, the Qatar state provided support in order for 75,000 Afghans and other people of other nationalities to leave Afghanistan in a safe way. And we will also send 500 tons of aid, and also through the mediation of Higher Commissioner of Migration, the Qatari state is also continues its support and also its aid. And also 300,000 tons of aid has reached this country through these channels as well. As you know, due to warfare and other reasons, many people are trying to cross the sea, and they'd like to are going to other countries in order to obtain obtain the status of an asylum seeker. And I believe that this war should come to an end, as Qatar they attach great importance to the education of young people and children as well. Within the scope of the project titled Education for All, we have provided support for 10 million people, and some programs are now being prepared for the benefit of young people as well. And in cooperation with international organizations, we would like to provide support in these areas. And last of all, brothers and sisters, as PUIC, I invite all PUIC to work collectively, because all these problems are common problems for all of us, and I pray God for success for all of us.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Kuwait.
Arkadaşlar zaman
So we're running out of time, so please observe the 5-minute limit for each speaker. Thank you. I'd like to extend my thanks to Mr. Mustafa Şentop, who is the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, very distinguished, and Heads of Parliament and also Heads of Delegations. Ladies and gentlemen, may the abundance of Allah be on you. Each and every topic, I think, deserves being addressed on an individual basis. So conscience and Islam should be addressed together, and migration should be addressed on its own, and also Palestine and Afghanistan should be addressed and dealt with within the same context. However, we have limited time. So when we talk about conscience in Quran, conscience is an integral part of Muslims and also Islam as well. So all our worship, so praying and also fasting, and so they all contain conscience in themselves, and also there is conscience also in staying away from and bad deeds as well, and so pilgrimage, and also can't we see the essence of conscience in pilgrimage as well. Islam in the general sense with its moral values and also with because it commands to be virtuous, it contains conscience in all its elements. A life, a conscience would always stay from evil, and would also stay away from an ego which commands evil. A person with a conscience would not care about personal interests and also wouldn't harm Muslims and other people due to some whims. When we look at Palestine, Afghanistan, also Rohingya, and also when we look at other topics that concern all the Muslims, it is very important and it's a matter of conscience for Muslims not to stay silent in face of these problems either. So we will never forget these. And also millions of Muslims should be acting with the same feelings, and also millions of Muslims are reacting against all this with the same feelings. However, we shouldn't be surrendering to the agenda or turning a blind eye to what is happening among us is another reality that we see in our world, the Islamic world, and so we shouldn't become even lazier, or we shouldn't be losing our hopes because of the situation the Muslims are in at the moment. In this context, the Islamic world and also Muslims, although they have lagged behind in certain periods throughout history, they have reached awakening once again, and they have taken action. Let's turn back. So do we need another crusade in order to wake up once again for another awakening, or do we need the Tataris to come and invade our territory, or do we need the Tataris to be looting in our territory for another awakening? About the Palestine issue, and after the Israelis came, some Lebanese fighters and fought, for example, against the Israelis. So do we need such an incident once again? And I think so the conscience of a Muslim is alive and it will never die, and we should embrace our conscience, and we should act by keeping our conscience alive. And at the end of my speech, I'd like to thank Turkey for its hospitality, and I'd like to extend my thanks to the parliaments of all Muslim countries for their participation and for their positive interaction as well. Thank you. Now Bangladesh will take the floor.
Bangladesh.
Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Speaker,
Sayın
ministers and other guests, I am speaking from Bangladesh as a member of parliament. We have some suggestion regarding Palestine, Afghanistan, and Rohingya issue. Our unfinishing support to the Parliament people, to the Palestinian people, was stripped by our powerful Prime Minister, the father of the nation's daughter, Sheikh Hasina. The constitution of the country enhances our principal position to stand by oppressed peoples throughout the world, asks to just struggle against oppression, colonialization, and reconciliation. Bangladesh strongly condemns the illegal and bilateral action against all Palestine, including the necessary unnecessary of the occupying power in the Palestinian territories. Bangladesh calls for immediate erosion of the continued aggression, illegal settlement of the demolition of the homes. Bangladesh asks to international community to work in unison to find a just, peaceful and lasting solution of Palestinian people to set up in their home and in their own area. This is our suggestion to this committee. Another, Afghanistan, is our member of subcommittee. We completely ready to help them to reorganize their government. As Afghanistan has served us in the war of our liberation as our best friend. They have lost many people in our country in the war of liberation. That is why we are suggesting him to help by any means to establish their activities and to reorganize their government in their country. And third, our Rohingya issue. You know, Bangladesh is a thickly populated area where around 70 million people are living in that country. Systematic immigration, migration, and persecutions of Myanmar. Over 1.1 million Rohingya has been temporarily pushed to Bangladesh for humiliation ground, despite numerous challenges and continuous. Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina took the whole decision to open the border solely to humanitarian ground, and thus she saved the world from a grave humanitarian crisis. But in this time, we are always talking about the issues, but no positive action has so far been taken. How long they will be staying in Bangladesh? Bangladesh delegation of the 16th session of Parliamentary Union of OIC, many thanks to OIC member states for pursuant in urgent in the Rohingya issue, especially in the cooperating to the UN General Assembly as well as Human Rights Council, including the co-supporting the resolution titled "The Situation of Human Rights of Rohingya Muslims and Other Minorities in Myanmar," adopted the month of 3rd of Committee of the UNGA. The Bangladesh resolution may call upon the following OIC members state for investing all efforts for ensuring sustainable return to the 1.1 million people to their Rohingya to their own homeland and put them in their own residence. Rigorously pursuit of ICJ cases sustained it had earned momentum, and many general financial condition of the expenditure of the legal cost of the cases, putting the in of the undertaken suffering of the ill-fated Rohingya community. Thirdly, I pursue the other international mechanism created UN General Assembly and Human Rights Council to create confidence among the FDMNs and put them in their own country. Our government, our Prime Minister is wholehearted working for them to help them. In this way, I asked everybody in this committee to help to establish the Palestine to their own country and Afghanistan to help them to establish in their own country, and the Rohingya to give back to their own country. This is my suggestion, my ultimate request to the committee. Khuda Hafiz. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangladesh Chirujubi.
Merci. La parole est au Cameroun. La parole est au Cameroun.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
May God's prosperity and mercy be upon you. Cameroon thanks the Turkish society for their hospitality. Also, the organization team, we would like to thank them as well. And also, we would like to thank Burkina Faso for their endeavors for us to realize a successful meeting organization despite the pandemic conditions. This gathering makes us delightful seeing brotherly faces and seeing that everybody is healthy despite the COVID-19 conditions. Coming face to face is of great importance for us, and I, indeed, once again, would like to extend the salutations of our society, and I wish you good health against the COVID-19 pandemic, and we wish you a good year in advance. Distinguished President, I would like to touch up on a few topics. Well, in regards to the topics that we are discussing today, Cameroon, in order for Palestine to achieve a peace and stability, is exerting all its efforts and contributing to the support given to Palestine. And Cameroon, there is this important safety issue, unfortunately, a security issue when it comes to our borders. There is Boko Haram at the very borders of our society, which threatens our borders, our Muslim brothers and sisters. they are displaced, they have to leave their territory, and they are displaced. I again would like to utter that against these challenges, Cameroon, in order to strive against these challenges under the auspices of our president, has adopted many safety measures, and in order to achieve the peace that we long envy for, we are trying to do our best. So when it comes to fighting against this security problem, we'll ask the support of our Muslim brothers, especially the security issues that we face in the northern, east and southern east part of our country. Yes, thank you so very much. Now we give the floor to the Ivory Coast. And the Republic of Djibouti, please. No, we don't have the Republic of Djibouti. Indonesia.
Excellency President of the Federation of Turkey, Honorable PIC Secretary General, Honorable Heads of Members of Delegation of PIC, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. First of all, on behalf of the delegation from the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to thank and greatly appreciate the Grand National Assembly of Turkey for hosting this event. The 16th session of the PIC conference is so special, where we can meet in person, although we are in the height of global concern over new variant transmission. However, our spirit is unbreakable. I am really honored for being here among high parliamentary figures from Muslim nations to continuously address the common global challenges faced by Muslim world. Most of Muslim world community has been suffered from very complicated and multidimensional problems, such as prolonged conflict, political crisis, poverty, educational decline, environmental and climate degradation, terrorism, natural disaster, humanitarian disasters, weak democracies, and others. The situation has been exacerbated by the severe COVID-19 impacts. However, more importantly, this is a great opportunity for us to address undesirable humanitarian crises suffered by our Muslim brothers, primarily in Palestine, Afghanistan, Uyghurs, Kashmir, the Rohingya, and in many other places. As we all know, continuous, massive, and brutal displacement of Palestinians by Jewish settlers is getting worse and bring the people into deeper humanitarian crisis. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, estimated that at least 75,000 Palestinians have been displaced due to Israeli attacks on Gaza during the May 2021 tragedy. More than that, the data also show that at least 227 Palestinians have been killed, shaheed, including 64 children and 38 women, and 1,620 others were injured. This is not merely a matter of the number of casualties, but we can see it is a message for us to do something more. Their condition is exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and low vaccination rate. Moreover, the future of Palestine is gloomy, especially since the US government formally acknowledged Jerusalem as the capital city of Israel and moved their embassy to the city in 2017. The US also legally justified the continuous development of Jewish settlement in the West Bank. What I would like to emphasize is how such process of displacement has plunged Palestinians to the verge of humanitarian disaster. In a relatively different setting, we are also witnessing unfolding humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. Since the Taliban took over the country, over 550,000 Afghans have been displaced internally, adding to about 2.8 million of Afghans refugees around the world. the influx of migration from Afghanistan is unlikely to end in the very near future if the political uncertainties continue. So I would like to take this opportunity also to reiterate prolonged problems faced by our brothers in Uyghur. Muslim Uyghurs have long been subjected to cultural, religious, and economic discrimination from the Chinese government. More than that, the condition has exacerbated by the violence, restriction, and excessive surveillance conducted by the authority, which hamper their rights to access basic human needs and freedom to practice Islam. In addition to that, we also must increase our level of attention to the suffering of Muslim minority in non-OIC member states. I myself had preceded the POIC visit to Rohingya to reach the first-hand concerning Muslim Rohingya refugees, which amounted more than 1 million people, as our brother from Bangladesh just mentioned. Honorable delegates, at this moment, we also want to reiterate and fully support the move taken by the International Criminal Courts to investigate the crime conducted by Israel. We also call for all Palestinian elements to push reconciliation, putting their political differences aside, to pave the way for a better Palestinian situation. As parliamentarians of OIC countries, we must push the United Nations to implement all legal instruments regarding Palestine and Jerusalem, such as UN Security Council Resolution number 242 in 1976, asking Israel to withdraw their troops from Palestine region, UN Security Resolution number 298 in 1971, stating that all Israelis' effort to change the status of Jerusalem is illegal. We also must urge the commitment of UN to implement General Assembly Resolution number 181 of 1947 that decided Jerusalem as the territory under international authority with separate legal and political status, as well as UN Security Council 2334 of 2016 to end all Israeli settlement in Palestinian land. Therefore, it is crucial and very timely for the POIC, as the Assembly of Global Muslim People's representatives, to take a leading focal on this issue. POIC must play a more assertive role in putting any kind of violence against Palestinians into an end, and Indonesia is stand ready to help in any form we can do to find solution for our Palestinian brothers. We also must pay attention to the work of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East, UNRWA. The body has recently announced their financial deficit and would potentially impact to Palestinian refugees. So in this forum, we invite all honorable delegates to take action to extend and strengthen the humanitarian mission for Palestinian refugees. So in addition to Palestine, we have to take more responsibility for the Afghanistan crisis, and we support the Afghan-led and Afghan-owned peace process. However, we cannot let them plunge into a deeper crisis. As the largest Islamic community, the OIC should take more concrete action for the sake of security and prosperity of Afghan people. We first should ensure that political settlement in Afghanistan is on the right track based on people's participation, and further to ensure humanitarian aids for people of Afghanistan. POIC must play a more assertive role to ensure that our global Muslim parliamentarians gathering is still fully committed to stand for Muslim Uyghur, to uphold their fundamental human rights, especially religious freedom. In line with that, we also need to address the worsening situation in the Rohingya, especially the suffering of the Rohingya refugees. The POIC member parliament have to take more concerted effort to end their suffering by giving more pressure to Myanmar junta. Honorable delegates, on behalf of the Indonesian delegates, we urge honorary speakers and all members of parliaments to take this moment as a golden opportunity to raise optimism and hope that brotherhood among Muslims is the key principle to the future of our Muslim generation. I'm also very confident that true political reformation would lead to resolve multidimensional challenges in Muslim nations. The challenges of poverty, lack of education, discrimination, colonialization, violence and terrorism could be tackled by political settlement based on shura and genuine democracy. POIC, as the largest people representatives of the Muslim nations, must bear its responsibility in convincing its members that concept of shura and democracy is their right path for addressing challenges. In short, PYC should be the main enabler for the promotion of political reformation in Muslim nations. So on behalf of the Indonesian delegation, I would like to emphasize that Palestine independence is a basic human right that cannot be impeded by any kinds of intervention. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always bless us with His mercy and good health. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Merci. Le Kazakhstan. Le Kazakhstan. Le Liban.
Lebanese.
معالي الدكتور مصطفى شنطوب رئيس المجلس النيابي الكبير
Distinguished Speaker of the Turkish Grand National Assembly, distinguished President,
السادة الحضور نلتقي اليوم والتحديات جمة والظروف ضاغطة على أمتنا وطنا وتحت عناوين شتى حتى بحروب القضاء على الإرهاب والاستثمار عليها وعلى الوقت والتحولات المستجدة في محاولات لتحويل الانتباه عن القضايا التي تحتاج إلى الضمير الحي لتصويب المسارات المختلفة في مقاربة قضايا العالم الإسلامي وأخطرها وأساسها قضية الأرض
as you know, our territories, unfair manner, they have been confiscated, and there is a community there, and people who've got no guilt, their blood is shed. So we are in such circumstances. Despite everything, Palestine is at the very heart of our communities, and it is one of the actual issues that we have to tackle. So the Islam world is facing major problems. In the Arab world, in the Islam world, the things that we encounter, the things which are experienced should definitely
بإقامة دولته على أرضه وعاصمتها القدس الشريف
considered, and Palestine people should be given their rights. Al-Quds should become the capital of Palestine, and people who've been displaced, it's important for them to go back to their homes. Eventually, Joyland, Shabab, the lands, people should go back to their territory there as well. And Lebanon, in the Mediterranean, they've got their unique marine resources which belong to Lebanon itself, and we should be approving that, and we should definitely be against invasion, exploitation. We should get back our rights, and the Palestine rights should also be enjoyed by the Palestinians, so that we fight against this invasion. Only by supporting each other can we tackle the Palestine issue, because against Zionists, only by showing unity we can get on top of those issues.
وما يتعرض له يوميا لحرب مفتوحة. والسؤال اليوم ونحن في مؤتمرنا هذا: ماذا فعلنا لفلسطين؟
the oppressed societies. We should be working for them. What have we done for the Palestine people? We've only adopted decisions, but we did not implement anything. We only issued declarations. So we should implement the resolutions adopted. As quick against these tests,
ومع ازدياد الخلافات والانقسامات تصبح الأولويات بخبر كان.
We should be showing solidarity and implement the resolutions adopted. So today, what have we done in order to alleviate the burden on the shoulders of the Muslims? What recommendations did we put forth for the society to live in prosperity? What did we do? And what kind of programs did our government actually drafted, and what investments have we carried out into our societies in order to develop our very own societies? These should be the questions asked. Our Ummah is a major one, a large one, and these holy territory, we can save them, rescue them, and we could actually design the future as to our benefits, our profits. We should ensure the security of our societies and safety, solidarity in all areas. We should be showing solidarity, and we should be implementing the resolutions. They should not only remain on paper. On certain intervals we gather together, but we only exchange our declarations, but we just keep repeating them with concrete implementation. From now on, for our societies, for our countries, we should get together, we should implement our resolutions. Only by doing so we can prevail in this life. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much to Turkey, first and foremost, because they have been able to realize a really brilliant organization. Thank you so very much.
Merci. La Malaisie.
Thank you so much, Malaysia.
La Malaisie.
Malaysia.
La Mauritanie.
Mauritania.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ومولانا وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سيد رئيس المؤتمر، رئيس الجمعية،
Distinguished Chair of this conference and also Speaker of the National Assembly of Turkey, and esteemed Secretary General, esteemed heads of delegations, and also ladies and gentlemen, may the abundance of Allah be on you. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to extend to you and also the Turkish people and government, on behalf of myself and also the members of the delegation who are attending this event with me, thank you so much for your hospitality. Mauritania, Islamic Republic, and I'd like to convey to you the most cordial greetings of our speaker as well. Ladies and gentlemen, in Mauritania, there is a single chamber system. That's why So the government is elected and has a term of 5 years. And it engages in legislative activities, and it also supervises certain activities as well. And similarly, within the parliament, we have various commissions. Right from the beginning, we have attached great importance to parliamentary diplomacy, and in the general sense, so the political, social, and in order to achieve our political, and social, and economic goals of our country, these commissions work in cooperation and coordination with the government as well. So that the issue of Palestine has always been #1 agenda item for our country as well, and it will remain so. And to solve the problems, we believe that we should engage in a higher level of solidarity. If we are if we act in solidarity, we can undoubtedly achieve some solutions as well. And also, I believe that we should act with the same perspective for the solution of some regional problems as well. So in conclusion, and I'd like to extend my thanks to Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan for his participation in this very important conference which is taking place in Istanbul. And again, I'd like to extend my thanks to Professor Mustafa Şentop for his hospitality and for hosting us as well. And also, I'd like to extend my most cordial thanks to the Secretary General and also Assistant Secretary General as well. May Allah help us in everything that will benefit our peoples. May the abundance of Allah be on you. Mozambique.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الحمد لله الذي هدانا لهذا وما كنا نهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله. والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أولو الهداية وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sua Excelência Mustafa Şentop, Presidente da Grande Assembleia Nacional da Turquia. Sua Excelência
Mohamed Qureshni Isnas
da União Parlamentar da Konferansiya İslamika
ve aynı zamanda tabii ki aynı zamanda OIC üye devletlerinin parlamentolarının değerli üyeleri, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler ve ekselanslar. İlk olarak bu yüce topluluğa
que devido à agenda parlamentar nacional não pôde estar presente nesta conferência, cujos trabalhos auguram que decoram de melhor forma, incumbindo-nos a missão de representá-la. Excelência, é com muito gosto e elevada honra que pela primeira vez, após a nossa eleição pela Assembleia da República de Moçambique, na sua 9ª legislatura, para membros do Grupo Nacional junto da União Parlamentar da Conferência Islâmica, me dirijo a esta angustia Assembleia, a oportunidade esta que tomo para endereçar palavras de apreço e de encorajamento aos ilustres membros da nossa organização face aos grandes desafios que nos são colocados atualmente. Esta 16ª Conferência da nossa União Parlamentar, que decorre sob o lema Partilha, Consciência, Islão, Palestina, Migration.
So in this respect, despite these challenges, actually, in order to be, actually in 2021, 2022, ladies and gentlemen, the dynamics of our organization went through major changes because of the COVID-19, and also in the near future, actually, looking at the whole world, we see the measures relaxing and the quarantine measures were abandoned, started to become, and economies also recovered slightly, but then we were hit by the Omicron variant, and some countries, unfortunately, they started adopting really major measures, which is not fair, and they closed their borders from people coming from Southern Africa. These measures, of course, will have an impact on already weakened economies of our countries, because we thought that there was going to be an improvement concerning the pandemic, but now that we were hit by the Omicron, some certain mechanisms, unfortunately, we have to focus on them so that everybody, we have to provide mechanisms so that everybody accesses vaccines, so that a collective immunization takes place. And also, from another point of view, His Excellency, international terrorism also increased, which impacts many countries, including Mozambique, and we face really big challenges because of terrorism, and especially in the northern part of Turkey, we unfortunately witness attacks. In terms of oil and gas, our northern part is really rich, and also we've got other rich resources as well. So these actually is commented as a Muslim or as Islam-based issue, but no actually religion, no belief requires any company to get incentivization or else to be discriminated. But Mozambique, as always, we have acted in an alarmed manner, and
tem efeitos sociais e econômicos devastadores. Na nossa província de Cabo Delgado, a mais afetada.
Mozambique has never actually attributed these attacks, these violences with Islam. Cabo Delgado, in our city of Cabo Delgado, which is the mostly hit one, currently 820,000 people have been displaced. And these people, it is not easy to help them in a humanitarian manner, and communities which have been displaced, in general, they are agricultural-based communities, which aggravates the whole situation. And, of course, when taking into account all these situations, the up-to-date issue in Mozambique is the drama which is going on in this very part of our country. We've got limited financial resources in order to cope against these, and also we don't have any international mechanism, any international support actually, and for these people the shortage of food also leads to catastrophic results. So, Mozambique society, within our society, there is also a feeling of hope. And in Cabo Delgado, thanks to the latest developments, we were able to enjoy hope. Our security forces have started to gain advantage over the terrorists, and territory which was once invaded by those terrorists, now we have taken those territory back. and the terrorists have left the very territories that we were concerned about. And ladies and gentlemen, COP21 is also a means of opportunity for us concerning climate change. There is this destructive impact of the climate change all across the world, which is felt, and we as the parliamentarians should adopt a proper stance in fighting against the climate change, and we should strive in order to cut down on greenhouse emissions. Coming to the theme of our 16th meeting, first of all, I would like to reiterate our stance concerning the Palestine issue. As the Mozambique Republic, this is an important agenda item for us, and based on the provisions of the Mozambique Constitution, we, of course, do recognize Palestinian society owing a right to define their own freedom, and they, of course, deserve to define their own futures, and no economic sanctions should be levied upon this country. And I also would like to underline our solidarity with the Afghan people. They are going through challenging times, and of course, there are concerns whether Afghanistan could prevail as a state because the international community imposes sanctions over Afghanistan. If this situation continues, Afghanistan would witness mass migrations. And this will bring along other humanitarian and economic problems. And this migration would not only be targeting Europe and the United States, but would also actually target Africa as well. And Syria and Yemen, we also want a peaceful resolution of the conflict going on in Syria and Yemen. And
à escala mundial e especificamente que assola a província moçambicana de Cabo Delgado, onde o impacto de tais ações
on behalf of Johanna Bilas,
afeta sobremaneira as crianças e mulheres e mais recentemente com a extensão para a província de Niassa.
We would like to
esta oportunidade para solicitar a todos
make a call to show solidarity to people who evade from terrorist attacks. And the impact of these terrorist attacks in our country was really fearful. It has impacted kids, children, and women. And in Iasa state of ours, we see such attacks as well. In this respect, I would like to thank all the colleagues, and I would like to call my colleagues to support Mozambique for its candidacy to become a non-standing member of the United Nations Security Council. Ladies and gentlemen, good practices requires us to adhere to our time limit. I'm not going to go into the detail, but of course, our country is rich in many resources and is a destination of investment. I would like to underline that fact also. In many areas, in economy, fishery, agriculture, industry, construction and services sector, we provide many benefits. And finally, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor to speak. I wish you continued success in your endeavors. Hopefully this conference is going to pave the way for the adoption of resolutions which will be implemented by this very important organization. Thank you so very much.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Nigeria. Thank you so much.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. The Secretary General, PUIC, speakers of different parliaments, head of delegations, members of the delegation, Assalamu alaikum. I convey the fraternal facilitation of the leadership and parliamentarians of Nigerian National Assembly to this auspicious assembly, and at the same time extend the profound appreciation of my delegation to the good people and government of Turkey, especially the parliament under the able leadership of Professor Mustafa Shentop, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, for the warm reception, hospitality, and excellent organization of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, since the United Nations affirmed the right of return for Palestinian refugees to their homelands, Middle East Peace Initiative has continued to become a marriage, and all attempts to fashion out new parameter of peace plan seems to be a further step away from peace. The United Nations Security Council has been consistent, as in the resolution 2334, that Israel's forceful territorial annexation in 1967, including East Jerusalem, is without legal validity and requires Israel to withdraw back to the 1949 Armistice lines. The United Nations General Assembly Resolution 194 provides that those chased away from their homes of origin are entitled to reparations, as well as the choice to return back to their places of origin without any hindrance. The United Nations requires Israel to accept the principle of refuge return as part of its admission to the United Nations. The continuous search for a political solution will inevitably lead back to where it all began. The premise of international law, which requires an end to occupation, a just resolution for refugees to return to their original homes, and equal citizenship. Everyone knows a lasting peace will involve two states for two people, based on UN General Assembly Resolution 181. Israel as a Jewish state and the homeland of Jewish people, and the state of Palestine as the homeland for the Palestinian people, with each state enjoying self-determination, mutual recognition, and full rights for all the respective citizens. There is no other solution more credible than this, as Palestinians will not accept any initiative whose paradigm is to lure them to renounce claims to their homeland and surrender their sovereignty. The passage of the Israel Basic Law has foreclosed any chance for a negotiated two-state solution and guarantees that Israel-Palestinian conflict will be transformed into a potentially lengthy anti-apartheid struggle. Migration is often the result of conflicts, poverty, and climate change, or combination of all the three factors. The condition of the Palestinian people, of course, makes migration to Europe and elsewhere inevitable. Afghanistan will, of course, be another front for migration after decades of war and animosity. It is estimated that nearly 2.5 million refugees have fled the country since assumption of power by Taliban. There is the Syrian civil war. We know the catastrophe that this war has wrought on the proud Syrian people. By 2013, according to reliable statistics, it has resulted in 1 million Syrian refugees, many of whom were internally displaced, a sort of internal migration, as well as those who fled here to Turkey, Lebanon, Egypt, Europe, and other parts of the world. The war has internally displaced about 13 million, while 6.8 million are refugees and asylum seekers. The 2014 to 2017 war in Iraq has equally devastating. As of 2020, according to the sources, 9.2 million Iraqis were internally displaced or have become refugees abroad. The war in the hitherto stable state of Libya has no less destructive, culminating also in massive migration to Europe. As of September 2021, there are nearly 600,000 Libyan migrants. The other issue is the issue of Rohingya people in the Rakhine state in Myanmar, who have been forcibly and brutally ejected from their homes by the Myanmar government. And at the height of this crisis in 2017, over 740,000 fled to Bangladesh. They are clear victims of genocide and are not even considered citizens of Myanmar, while Bangladesh is, although doing their best to accept them. In other words, they have essentially been made to become stateless elements in the shattered settlements between Myanmar and Bangladesh. General insecurity as a result of insurgency and banditry in the Sahel region of Africa have been described by the United Nations as extremely volatile. In Burkina Faso alone, 921,000 people had been forced to flee as of June 2020, which represented a 92% increase over the 2019 figures. In Mali, nearly 240,000 people are internally displaced. 54% of these are women, children, and the aged. In Niger, 489,000 people were forced to flee, while in Nigeria, 7.7 million people needed emergency assistance in 2020. In northern Nigeria, the agricultural life of the rural peasants have been impaired as bandits and insurgents consistently and indiscriminately abduct and kill farmers at will. And the available data show that the Boko Haram insurgency has resulted in over 20,000 deaths and a displaced of over 2 million people. Statistics also show that by the end of 2016, nearly 2.5 million refugees and migrants arrived the shores of Europe from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Eritrea, Somalia, and other countries destabilized by conflict. You could safely say that the entire Muslim world is engulfed in war and strife. The impact of climate change has resulted not only in the widening desertification of the Sahel region, but also the drying up of the Lake Chad. The desertification of Sahel region has forced people out of their means of livelihood and turned many into recruitable armies for terrorist groups like Boko Haram, Ansaru, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, Islamic State of the Greater Sahara, Islamic State of West African Province, and bandit groups. Lake Chad, which supplies water for drinking and irrigation to between 20 and 30 million people in Niger, Chad, Cameroon, and Nigeria, has shrunk in size due to climate change, increased population, and unplanned irrigation. According to United Nations, 10.7 million inhabitants of Lake Chad Basin are in dire need of humanitarian relief to survive. At this juncture, may I call for greater and better structured collaboration among Islamic states over a wide-ranging number of issues. These include the question of the statehood of Palestine before the Palestinian identity is entirely wiped off the surface of the earth, the resolution of the Rohingya problem on the basis of fairness and equity, the support for the Sahelian states to combat the paralyzing scourge of terrorism and climate change so that migration may be substantially reduced. The other area of concern is the issue of Kashmir, which should also be given similar attention because of the occupation of the Indian forces in the Kashmir, in the Indian subcontinent. Muslim states must, for the sake of our collective brotherhood, open their borders and not shut out the teeming refugees and migrants who are flocking to Europe. I must commend the dynamic leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, for his magnanimity to accommodate millions of refugees fleeing from conflict areas, particularly Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan. The Taliban government should be offered all necessary assistance because Afghanistan has been embroiled in crisis for over 4 decades. The need for Muslim countries to support Afghanistan is now. We also call on our brothers, the Taliban, the government of Afghanistan, to form an all-inclusive government and review its stance on women's rights, particularly the right to education. Thank you very much for giving me the time to present this paper. Thank you.
Merci. Merci. La Palestine.
Palestine. Ben yapayım bir 10 gün daha diyorum ya.
Özge gelsin o yazmış.
Tamam,
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هذه ليست كلمة وإنما صرخة غضب.
Well, I would like to resonate a frustration here. Distinguished Presidency, Distinguished General Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of the delegations, conference attendees, may God's prosperity, may God's mercy be upon you, salutation be upon you. Well, Palestine National Council Speaker, Mr. Selim, and all the deputies, I would like to extend their salutations to the Turkish Republic, the parliamentary, the government, and the society. We would like to thank Turkey for their hospitality. Well, as I have mentioned, I will leave diplomacy aside. And I would like to speak to you explicitly. And because there is no benefits of diplomatic discourses, and
الذي في الشتات. إخواني وأخواتي، هجمة شرسة ومتواصلة منذ أكثر من 100 عام.
People in Palestine and Afghanistan, they are suffering. For more than 100 years, the Palestine people, they have been witnessing attacks. If there had been another society, they would have totally perished. However, our territory is holy. And
فيها أم رسولنا الكريم صلى الله عليه وسلم جميع الأنبياء وهي مهد المسيح عليه السلام. فيها شعبنا الجبار منذ آلاف السنين والذي كان يحلو لرئيسنا الراحل ياسر عرفات أن يدعوه بشعب الجبارين، ناقلا ما جاء في قرآننا الكريم على لسان بني إسرائيل: إن فيها قوما جبارين وإنا لن ندخلها حتى يخرجوا منها، لكننا لن نخرج منها. لذلك تجد المحتلين يتفننون في محاولات القضاء على شعبنا دون جدوى، يطردون الناس من بيوتهم ويستولون عليها كما حدث في العام 1948 وكما يحدث الآن في الشيخ جراح وسلوان وغيرها من أراضي القدس. يدسون بالمئات في المعتقلات من شباب وأطفال ونساء وشيوخ، يسيطرون على الأعراض ويبنون فوقها المستوطنات، يدمرون كل أثر يدل على عروبة وإسلامية ومسيحية هذه الأرض، ويجري في مقبرة اليوسفية ومقبرة مأمن الله، حيث تبعثر وتحطم جماجم شهدائنا وأمواتنا المسلمين، وتسحق عظام صحابة رسولنا الكريم صلى الله عليه وسلم، وما يجري في المسجد الإبراهيمي في الخليل، ويدنسون الأقصى وقبة الصخرة ويعتقلون المصلين ويقتلعون أشجار الزيتون، بل يسرقون جني الفلاح والمزارع وتعبه من ثمار الزيتون. الشجرة المباركة في هذه الأرض المباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار، لكن في المقابل فإن شعبنا يتصدى لهم بكل إله وكرامة بصدوره العارية وبحجارته المقدسة، سواء في القدس وضواحيها أو في قرية بيت البطلة وبيت دشن وكفر قدوم وغيرها من قرى ومخيمات نابلس والخليل وبيت لحم والله وجنين والكرم وقلقيلية وسلفيت وغيرها. ألا يحق لهذا الشعب الصامد والمرابط والمدافع عن أمته العربية والإسلامية وأحرار العالم، ألا يحق له أن يدعم ويمد بوسائل الصمود والثبات فوق أرضه ومقدساته من قبل شعوبكم وأنظمتكم؟ القدس وحدها بل بالمرابطين فيها تواجه هذا الصلف الصهيوني، والدفاع عنها مسؤولية إسلامية جامعة وفرض على كل مسلم.
We see Zionists attacking people there. Each parliamentary, they should be pressurizing their governments to display a concrete stance. We've got many means. If, for instance, they are if they were to display a concrete stance, we would all
تعتقد أنها في مأمن من قدر هذا المحتل الغاصب الذي يحكم بدولة من النيل إلى الفرات، كما هو مكتوب على مدخل الكنيسة الصهيوني برلماني. لقد جندوا 17 مليار دولار لتهويد القدس
the parliamentary not only Al-Quds becoming a Jewish state, they have actually granted millions of dollars. So since Israel has been formed by using United States, actually they are trying to make it a Zionist territory. Al-Quds, isn't it your also Al-Quds and Masjid Aqsa? Isn't it your Masjid Aqsa also? Well, every day Al-Quds, bit by bit, is becoming a Jewish territory, city. So
تلبي نداء الحرم الإبراهيمي الشريف الخليل
we
تلبي نداء الأطفال المعتقلين في سجون
awaiting a enlightening from Bethlehem, from Al-Quds, from different regions. We are awaiting these calls to be heard. The martyrs in Palestine, women and children, wait us to tackle this issue. Israel on its own, all international actually agreements, even religious principles, it has betrayed all of them and is attacking the dead in their cemeteries. So what we have to do is to stand still. Thousands of people, kids, women, elderly, they are kept in the prisons of Israel, and unfortunately they are sentenced for 500 years in prison. Invasion, but not only invasion, they are imprisoning people there. And moreover, even the crops of the dead, they have arrested. Well, even the martyrs resting in their cemeteries, they're afraid of those martyrs. We haven't witnessed this in any part of the world. On the other hand, in prisons, because the health conditions are poor, there are people who lose their lives and they are ill-treated. If you become a martyr, they actually put them in morgues which are minus 40 degrees to torture their corpse. And those people, they don't give the crops of those martyrs to the parents of that victim, so that not for them not to bid any farewell to their beloved ones. Well, Gaza has faced destructive attacks. Many people have been displaced, young people, their corpses have been actually a feed to the fish on their flee to other countries. And the invasion country actually is brutally implementing all its attacks. So what do our governments do? Your governments speak with slogans, and they are really nice slogans. Palestine is our main issue, so the governments say. Al-Quds is our first Qibla, so your governments say. And let America die, so your government say. But on the other hand, when they attack our first Qibla, you treat them normally. When people are attacked that are from the same religion as we are, you do not show any different attitude. We don't want any slogans. chanting, "Let Israel die, let America die." Be a Palestinian. We love you, yes, we definitely do, because one day we do believe that you will wake up and you won't betray us, you won't leave us in the halfway. So I do believe that this is going to be in the very near future. Our Ummah is an Ummah of seriousness, dedication. Hopefully, in the minarets of our mosques in Al-Quds, we will hear the prayers going out, and just like the bells of the church will ring. May God's mercy be upon you.
Merci.
Senegal.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la Grande Assemblée nationale,
His Excellency, esteemed Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, Mr. and also the President of the 16th session of PUIC and distinguished Secretary General of PUIC, distinguished colleagues, and very esteemed members of delegations and distinguished observers, ladies and gentlemen. We are so pleased to be holding this very important event of our organization in this beautiful city of Istanbul, and we pray Allah that He will help us in our work, and after a long period of anxiety caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, despite all the problems and distress we've been through, we're so happy to have convened with you. And I'd like to extend my thanks to the Speaker of the Turkish Grand National Assembly, Mr. Mustafa Şentop, and I'd like to thank this, and also I'd like to convey the heartfelt greetings of the Speaker of the National Assembly of Senegal, and we would like to thank Mr. Şentop very much for his hospitality during this meeting. And again, our Speaker sent his best regards to the members of the Turkish Grand National Assembly and also to the Secretary General of PUIC as well. So we extend our gratitude to all the organizers of this event. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as I said a moment ago, our session is taking place under very challenging circumstances caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and in all our countries we experience the social and also economic impacts of this pandemic. And due to the pandemic, so our development programs have been affected adversely, and so every country is trying to come up with solutions for recovery. So the members of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the situation is even worse than before, because our countries is facing many crises, and also economic problems, and also financial problems, social problems as well. And so these are setting barriers before our development. And again, so the situation that the people of Palestine has been experiencing is known to everyone. And again, so the acts of the terrorist organizations in the Sahara region are some of the others that we are facing, or they are just few of the challenges that we are facing. And about the Palestine issue, and I think the problem of migration should be highlighted as well, and it has been highlighted many times during this session as well. Senegal has been a member of the United Nations, the Rights of Palestinian People's Rights Commission. So we've been presiding over this committee, and we've been a member for about 40 years. And so we have supported all sorts of activities to find a lasting solution and a just solution for the Palestinian issue, and also the implementation of the United Nations, and also the devising of a two-state formula where Palestinians and also the Israelis will be living together. And so we hope that the plan which will reinstate the borders of 1967 will be implemented. So the problem of migration has been deeper than ever before, and it's getting even deeper. And for a better life, people are fleeing their countries, and we are all aware of the drama these people have experienced. And majority of these refugees are from these EET countries. That's why. And there is a need for a collective effort with our governments, and we should look for some urgent solutions to the problem of migration. So the Islamic values which we take as the basis of our activities encourage us to act in solidarity. Today, so we're facing a hatred discourse, and there is also xenophobia, and also. So we'd like to make a call to the international community. So for the implementation of the resolutions made by the United Nations, and so we wish that these resolutions will be implemented as soon as possible. Distinguished Chair, and about Afghanistan, and of course we have a responsibility for our Afghani brothers and sisters as well. They should have the right of self-determination. They need our support and solidarity to be able to do that, so that they can establish a state or nation of prosperity, which will be lasting as well. So they need our support in order to provide the next generations with a bright future. Distinguished Chair and esteemed colleagues, I wish you all in our work, in our efforts, may the abundance of God, Allah be on you. Thank you so much. Asia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد مصطفى شنتوب رجي رئيس المجلس الوطني التركي الكبير رئيس الدورة. السيد رئيس الجلسة.
In the name of Allah, the compassionate and merciful, valuable term President and the Speaker of TGNA, Mr. Shantop, esteemed Secretary General, valuable participants, may God's mercy be upon you all. Rashid Nashi, Tunisian Chair and Speaker of the House of Representatives, wanted to be here but couldn't make it. I'm passing to you his regards. He was unable to join due to the recent happenings in Tunisia. As you well know, this conference would normally be held in Tunisia, but in our beloved country, undesired incidents took place, which meant that we would not be able to host you in our beautiful country. Therefore, our country, inshallah, will host the next meeting, and Article 9 of the closing statements say that the next assembly will take place in Tunisia. I'd like to thank you for this decision. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire world is going through a change of social and economic status, mainly due to the impact of Corona. This requires us to act in a bigger degree of solidarity and help each other more. The reference sources of the religion of Islam and the higher objectives of it require us to do whatever task falls upon us. So parliaments are facing much graver responsibilities today. They are the voice of their peoples at the end of the day. Valuable participants in the Muslim world, internal conflicts and disagreements are existent, as we all know, unfortunately. The problems that we encounter cannot be resolved when we remain fragmented as we are, which is why we need to make sure that we establish a union among our countries. On the other hand, immigration, poverty, hunger and other problems also exist in Islamic countries. We must turn migration into stability, and we need to turn poverty into hope. Palestine has a war for freedom that they are fighting. And we need to make sure that we protect their rights. Each Arab, each Muslim, each living being that has a conscience has this responsibility. The Palestinian issue is the top issue. It's the most sacred issue. And I have a proposal here to defend the Palestinian issue. We should set a parliamentarian day, and as all parliamentarians, we need to show that day our solidarity with Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, as I end my words, I would like to encourage us to embrace the Palestinian case, and I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Turkish people and Parliament and country. Thank you very much, and I wish you all success. Many thanks. Uganda. Uganda.
Your Excellency, the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, the distinguished executive members of PUIC, delegates of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you very warm greetings from the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, and the entire Republic of Uganda. On behalf of the Parliament of Uganda, I wish to appreciate the organizers of this conference under the theme of sharing conscience and Islam, Palestine, migration, and Afghanistan. Honorable members, the theme and the conference has come at a time when our brothers and sisters are suffering because of conflicts. I want to use this opportunity, honorable members, to deliver the message of thank you to the countries that have accepted to host refugees from the affected countries, especially our brothers and sisters from Palestine and Afghanistan. As a country, we do recognize and appreciate the relationship and cooperation of the OIC, where we have registered a number of achievements as a country. There are many projects in Uganda supported by the funds from the Islamic Bank. I want to call upon all member states of PUIC to continue strengthening this kind of relationship and cooperation and use it to preach the gospel of peace in the whole world. Together we stand strong, and divided we fall. The policy of Uganda, my country, as regards refugees, honorable members, Uganda's refugee policy guarantees the freedom of movement and the right to start business, right to education and health. The government also provides plots of land so they can form and construct shelters. Uganda hosts refugees from many countries: Burundi, DRC Congo, and many others, and of recent Afghanistan. The government of Uganda, honorable members and Your Excellency the Speaker, has expressed the readiness to provide assistance including accommodation to the affected countries. Uganda is one of the world's largest refugee hosting countries, with nearly 1.5 million refugees and asylum seekers. Our country has a long history of welcoming refugees dating back to the early 1940s. Today, our country hosts 1.5 million refugees, more than any other country in Africa, and in fact more than most countries in the world. Ugandans say refugees are our brothers and sisters. That is why our doors will always be open to them. Refugees are a force of good in their host country if welcomed and settled responsibly. And Uganda is the proof for this. For many countries, the term refugee camp conjures image of fences and helplessness and of temporary tent cities that everyone knows. Our country is so unique, honorable members. This is not the case in Uganda. In Uganda, our country refugees are given land to live on and farm. They are enabled to move freely, access social services, such as education, they start business, and also find employment. Above all, they are treated with dignity, which is really a good cause. In other words, they are essentially Ugandan citizens. They contribute to the strengthening of our economy. This approach to refugees by our country has been lauded as one of the most progressive, generous, and favorable in the world by the UN and the World Bank, and many others. It has also played an important role in other countries. Therefore, I urge you, members of this assembly, not to chase them away because they are our brothers and sisters. It is very important, honorable members, for all our Muslim brothers as a conference. It is very important for all of us Muslim countries to come together to bring about peace in all those countries where there is conflict. It is our prayer as a country for a peaceful resolution of the conflict between Israel and Palestine. There is a threat, honorable members, of extremism in most of the countries, and Uganda is not saved for that. Recently, Uganda has been targeted by the Islamic State with the bomb attacks. All member states should therefore put hands together to confront this extremism. I want to end there by calling upon honorable members of this assembly that let us be practical, let us not only gather here annually, but let us create an avenue for calling upon this extremism to stop whatever they are doing, such that Uganda and other countries, the entire world, is peaceful. I thank you so much.
Merci. La parole est à M. Adel Al-Assoumi, président du Parlement arabe.
Next, we will listen to Mr. Abdullah Suli from the Arab Parliament, Speaker of the Parliament.
معالي رئيس الدورة السادسة عشرة لمؤتمر اتحاد مجالس الدول الأعضاء بمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي. معالي الأمين العام
The chairman of the 16th Congress of PRI, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished speakers of parliaments, esteemed presidents of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may Allah's mercy be upon you all. First of all, I must express that I'm gratified to be part of the 16th conference. Those of you who organized this meeting and the overall conference, thank you very much. At the beginning of my speech, I'd like to mention the Palestinian issue, which is the top problem in the Arab world and the Islam world. We condemn the occupation and forced migration policies followed by Israel. They're trying to change the soils of Palestine, the geography. They're trying to change the identity. These attacks are unacceptable. Without a doubt, the international community needs to be called for action in this regard, and those who commit crimes against Palestine must be penalized, and they must be litigated. The Muslim world and Arab world are encountering a series of problems that are intertwined. As you well know, we as Muslim countries and Arab states have some means and potentials and strength. We have the capacity to transform our faith. All we need is determination and effort. As parliamentarians, we represent our peoples, and we are responsible and actually obligated to resolve the problems that are encountered by our peoples. And here, in order to establish a strategic cooperation among parliaments, a module needs to be proposed. My call is related to our joint problems and joint interests. The Arab Parliament may handle this strategy, identify the features thereof, and the parliamentarian diplomacy is now complementary to regular diplomacy, and we, within this context, must work harder. Among Arab and Muslim countries, cooperation may resolve many problems that we have. This is what I wanted to repeat, especially within the framework of the fight against COVID-19. We can use this actively. Many thanks, and may God's mercy be upon you all.
Interparlementaire.
Speak. Monsieur le Président, quand le Président va venir ici, on va changer d'après.
Oui, non, mais pas de problème. C'est pour lui. Ici. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, friends, I'd like to thank all the speakers. Now, so we come to Article 8 of our agenda for today, and pursuant to the 10th article, so the 23rd, so we will accept the report of the 23rd meeting of the General Committee without any consultation. I present it to your votes. Those who accept it, those who do not accept it. So the 23rd, so the report for the 23rd meeting of the General Assembly has been accepted. And Article 9 of the agenda for the year 2022. So it's about identifying the members of the CPOP General Committee. And pursuant to Article 10 of ISIPOP by law, now we will identify the members of the General Committee. As is known, the General Committee is identified by the conference delegation, and also there are 2 members from every delegation of the Union. So I kindly ask you to notify the Secretary General for your members. And so now, item 10 is about the identification of the POIC Executive Committee, again pursuant to Article 14 of our bylaw, and we will identify the members of the Executive Board for the year 2022. And in line with a fair geographical distribution, in addition to 12 members to be elected, and also the delegations hosting the previous and also next sessions will have a +1 member, and also candidate countries have been identified. So could you please read the candidate countries, Mr. Secretary General?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أيها الأخوة
Distinguished brothers,
بناء على ما ذكره
as stated, based on the information given by the Speaker of Parliament, so I'd like to read the members of the Executive Board, Executive Committee. So it consists of 3 separate groups, as is known. And so when we look at the Arab group of the Executive Committee, so the members are Algeria, Lebanon, Ummah Sultanate, Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and in the Asian group we see the names of Bangladesh, and Bangladesh is among the members, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia. And when we look at the African group, the members are Cameroon, and Ivory Coast, Mozambique, and Senegal. When we look at Troika, the members are Turkey, Tunisia, and Burkina Faso. So I present those countries to give members to the Executive Board to your approval. So it's been accepted. So there'll be a total of 12 members based on geography, and also we will have the previous and also next also presidency as well. So there are a total of 15 member countries of the Executive Committee.
Buyurun. Pakistan.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We thought that we are in the Executive Committee, but the list doesn't show us in the Executive Committee. So if we just want to clarify that if there is any space in Executive Committee, you want to be the member in the Executive Committee. Thank you so much.
Distinguished, esteemed friends, according to the information I received from my colleagues, following the General Committee meeting of yesterday, among the Asian countries, a meeting was held, and also an election was made for nomination, and so these 4 countries were identified during that meeting. So I'm informed that no request for a nomination was made during that meeting.
Thank you, sir. But no information was given to us. So where is that meeting, or in which room is that meeting? So we didn't appear in that meeting. We keep searching for that meeting room, and we don't know why. We were expecting that we are already in Executive Committee. So if you grant us the membership of that Executive Committee, I will be grateful.
Esteemed friends, now my colleagues are telling me that there was a representative of Pakistan during that meeting, but every year these elections are held once again. So for this year, maybe you will need membership, but for next year you will make a request for nomination, if that's okay for you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. President.
Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you so much. So, item 11 of the agenda for the year 2022.
Gündemin 11. maddesi 2022 yılı için İSİPAT daimi ihtisas komitelerinin üyelerinin belirlenmesi.
So it's about the identification of the members of the standing specialized committees of PUIC, and Article 13, and also in line with Article 2 of our bylaw, we will be electing the members of these standing specialized committees, and so the nominee countries have been were identified in the coordination meetings. And could you, so Mr. Secretary General will read the candidate countries.
للشؤون السياسية والعلاقات الخارجية. الأعضاء هم من المجموعة العربية الكويت والمغرب
Morocco, Palestine. In the Asia group, Indonesia, Iran, and Pakistan, and Turkey. And from the African group, we have Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Senegal, and Uganda. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Those who accept, those who do not accept, accept it. So you will hear the list of candidate countries for the economic affairs and environmental affairs. The members are, in the Arab group, we have the Iraqi state, so Jordan Kingdom, the Qatar state, and also the Republic of Tunisia. From in the Asian group, Iran so we have Tajikistan and Turkey, and from the African group we have Burkina Faso. So we have Ivory Coast, Gabon, and also Niger. So I presented to your voting those who accept or who do not. It's accepted. And so now we will hear the candidate countries for human rights, women and family. For the Committee on Human Rights, Women and Family, so in the Arab group we have Bahrain, Libya, Palestine, and Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We yesterday also requested for the Committee of Economic Affairs and Environment, and the chair accepted our request yesterday, but our name is not in the list. So kindly grant us the membership of that committee also. Thank you so much. Mr. President,
I think your name is in this committee. Yes, اللجنة المتخصصة.
Komitede Pakistan var.
Yes, we have Pakistan in this committee.
Çok sağ olun.
Siz de sağ olun.
إذا نواصل. بالنسبة للجنة المتخصصة دائما لشؤون حقوق الإنسان والمرأة والأسرة. قلنا من المجموعة العربية مملكة البحرين.
So we have Bahrain. In the Arab group, we have Libya and Palestine and Somalia, as I said. And in the Asian group, we have Iran, Indonesia, Pakistan, and Malaysia. In the African group, we have Cameroon, Mali, Niger, and Mozambique. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you so much. And so I presented to your votes those who accept and those who do not accept it. And last of all, and so we have the Committee on Culture and Legal Affairs and Dialogue of Civilizations and Relations. Now you will hear the number, you will hear the list of member countries. About the Standing Committee, and as you know about the Dialogue of Civilizations, the members are in the Arab group we have Algeria, Comodo Islands, Mauritania, and United Arab Emirates. In the Asian group we have Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, and Turkey. In the African group the countries are Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Gabon, and Uganda. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And so I presented to your voting those who accept, those who do not accept it. And so we have identified the countries which will give members to the 4 standing committees. And item 19 is about defining the date and venue of the 17th session of the PUIC conference, according to Article 3 of the bylaw. And so the venue of the next conference and also the date of the next session has been suggested by, and also it has been accepted by the General Committee. And according to this, the 17th session of PUIC will be hosted by Tunisia in the Arab group. And we would like to extend our thanks to the Tunisian Parliament for accepting to host us.
Article 13, setting the time and place for pre-18th conference. In 2023, pre-18th conference will be held in the African group. Those who wanted to host the conference for the 18th conference, Burkina Faso became a candidate to host us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Burkina Faso. Article number 14, Executive Committee, 47th meeting, setting of the date and time and place, menu. Valuable participants, as per Article 3 of the bylaw of PUIC, we will define the venue and time and date. Algeria wanted to be a candidate yesterday. Algeria, I present to you whether you accept Algeria. For, against, agreed. 47th Executive Committee will be hosted by Algeria.
شكرا معالي الرئيس. فقط وددت لو نرجع للمادة 11 حيث
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, but I want to make an addition. In our brotherly country of Tunisia, I apologize again. Algeria also wants to host the 17th conference. Algeria also wants to host. I want this to be written in the records, please.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Gündemin 15. maddesi İSİPAP 16.
Article number 15, agreement to the final report of PUIC. This year's conference's final report is going to be prepared at the end of the conference, and it will be shared with you by the Secretariat. Article number 16 of the agenda, the 16th conference of PUIC, Istanbul Declaration and its agreement. We are going to agree to the declaration now. I'm going to have the text read to you. Orhan Bey, please go ahead.
Sayın Başkanım,
Esteemed Chairman,
kıymetli katılımcılar, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
I'd like to salute
İslam
you
İşbirliği
all.
Teşkilatı Parlamentolar Birliği Konferansı 16. oturumu
16th session of the pre-conference
Türkiye Deklarasyonu'nu okuyorum.
I'm reading the Istanbul, Turkey Declaration. We, the speakers of parliament and heads and members of delegations of the parliaments of the OIC member states, assembled at the 16th session of the Conference of the Parliamentary Union of the OIC member states, held in Istanbul, Turkey, on the 9th and 10th of December 2021, under the theme of Sharing, Conscience and Islam, Palestine, Migration and Afghanistan. Expressing our deep thanks to His Excellency, Mr. Mustafa Şentop, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, for having kindly placed this conference under his high patronage, thereby ensuring all conditions for the success of its proceedings, which have been marked by a fruitful and high-quality debate on current global issues of concern to the Islamic world. Reiterating our adherence to the founding principles of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, particularly the principles of non-interference in the internal affairs of other states, respect for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states, and the peaceful settlement of conflicts by means of dialogue, reaffirming our determination to pursue our positive and efficient contribution to the development of the work of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, particularly for the establishment of work, peace, regional security, and respect for human rights and state sovereignty. Reaffirming the pivotal role of the respect for human rights and the strengthening of democracy in the development, harmony, and prosperity of our societies. Recalling the important role and responsibility of our parliaments in promoting the respect for human rights, tolerance, and non-discrimination at national and international level. Convinced of the advisability and necessity of efforts to resolve regional and global issues and crises with an Islamic understanding that prioritizes conscience and sharing. Recalling the responsibility of the international community in settling the Arab-Israeli conflict, mainly by enabling the Palestinian people to enjoy all their legitimate rights and establish their independent state with Al-Quds, Al-Sharif, as its capital, thereby providing the conditions for the return of the Palestinian refugees to their homeland in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. Deeply concerned by the critical humanitarian situation as well as the remaining terrorism threat and high risk of instability in Afghanistan. Cognizant of the severe consequences of the ongoing regional and global refugee crisis, and keeping in mind that providing humanitarian aid to the refugees is a great burden which cannot be left to just host countries and the countries in the region. Alarmed by the disturbing rise of racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and hate speech throughout the world, and the major threat they constitute against the peace and harmony of our societies. Aware of the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has exacerbated the rise in these dangerous threats, giving way to increased stigmatization and violence against persons that were already vulnerable. Taking note of the fact that misinformation, disinformation, and fake news have proliferated at an alarming rate, and noting with great concern that disinformation and fake news, which are disseminated especially on the social media platforms, are used to mislead populations, create social tensions, foment hate crimes and discrimination, and contribute to rising of Islamophobia, populism, racism, and xenophobia, and incite violence against Muslim minorities in non-PUIC member countries. Gravely concerned by the fact that Islamophobia is among the most common forms of racism. underscoring the need for greater inclusion in the Puig agenda and institutional monitoring of the human rights violations suffered by Muslim minority communities in non-Puig member countries. Recalling the risks stemming from the scourge of terrorism towards our collective security, stability and prosperity, as well as its unjust impact on the image of the Islamic world, and restating the need to combat terrorism throughout a comprehensive strategy without making any discrimination among terrorist organizations. Noting with deep concern the unprecedented climate and environment-related challenges and their risk multiplier nature. Aware of the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic is one of the most vital and urgent threats for humanity, and that no one will be saved against the coronavirus until everyone is safe. Reiterating the importance of ensuring equitable, affordable, timely, and universal access for all countries to vaccines in response to the coronavirus disease. Number 1, reaffirm the central place of the Palestinian cause in the concerns and advocacy action of our Union and of our countries and peoples, as well as our solidarity with the people of Palestine in their quest for the legitimate right to establish an independent state with the city of Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital, in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. Number 2, condemn the settlement activities and the violations carried out by the occupation power in the Islamic and Christian sites and against the inhabitants of Al-Quds al-Sharif, with the aim of altering the character and identity of this city. Number 3, urge the United Nations and its specialized agencies to provide the necessary protection for the Palestinian people as well as for the monuments and the architectural and cultural sites in the occupied territories, and also to force the Israeli occupation powers to lift the unjust blockade imposed on the Palestinian people. Number 4, emphasize our support for an inclusive and representative political system that protects fundamental human rights of all components of the Afghan people. Number 5, call on international community to increase the efforts to provide urgent humanitarian aid to Afghanistan through effective, transparent and accountable mechanisms, and take measures to protect the livelihoods of the Afghan people. Number 6, call for equitable burden and responsibility sharing to relieve the plight of chronic refugee situations. Number 7, emphasize the need to develop common policies to reduce migratory pressure on member states and to support their efforts for the safe, voluntary and dignified return of the displaced people. Number 8, encourage international community to take joint actions to address the root causes of refugee crisis in the source countries and to develop policies to ensure minimum economic, political and social conditions of living in the countries of origin for the sake of a sustainable prevention of irregular migration flows. Number 9, underscore the necessity to enhance operational cooperation in the fight against human trafficking and migrant smuggling, as well as efforts for the return of people who are not in need of international protection. Number 10, emphasize the importance of addressing misinformation, disinformation and fake news at international level. Call on the actors of the international community to work on international standards and mechanisms to tackle these challenges. Number 11, call on the international community to take joint concrete actions to counter dangerous trends, especially in non-Muslim countries, where Muslims are more and more subject to violent acts of discrimination, racism, Islamophobia, and hate speech. Number 12. Welcome the decision taken by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation designating 15th of March as an international day to combat Islamophobia, and call on the international community to recognize and commemorate the mentioned day accordingly. Number 13 authorizes the Committee on Political Affairs and Foreign Relations to constitute a special committee to monitor the human rights violations and challenges faced by Muslim minority communities in non-PUIC member countries. Number 14, call for strengthened international efforts to foster a global dialogue for the promotion of a culture of tolerance and peace at all levels, based on respect for human rights, religions, and beliefs. Number 15, stress the importance of joint efforts at regional and global level in the fight against terrorism, which remains a major threat to the current and future security, stability, and prosperity of our nations and other international partners. Number 16, acknowledge the need to embrace a comprehensive strategy against terrorism, so that terrorist propaganda, financing of terrorist groups, and recruitment activities are tackled adequately. Number 17, urge the prevention of exploitation of rights and freedoms by the terrorist organizations to achieve their malign ends. Number 18, reiterate the need to avoid double standards while dealing with terrorist organizations. Number 19, call for close cooperation among our countries in order to scale up efforts to tackle the destructive effects of climate change and contribute in an active manner to global climate action. Number 20, reiterate our support for strengthened global climate action and declare our commitment to enhance our cooperation and joint actions for climate change adaptation and resilience. Number 21, call the international community for more coordinated efforts in solidarity, especially in the context of ensuring timely access to COVID-19 vaccines and medical supplies for all humanity. Number 22, final point, express our deep feelings of gratitude to the Grand National Assembly of Turkey for their excellent working conditions, warm hospitality, and great attention extended to the guest delegations. Many thanks to all. Please.
I had a question. شكرا معالي الرئيس. شكرا معالي الرئيس استمعنا لهذه.
Heartfelt thanks, Mr. Chairman. We listened to the articles, which are really fine. Thank you very much. But I would like to add 2 more paragraphs. One would be about the Hashimi case regarding Jerusalem, and secondly, a strong article about supporting the people of Palestine. We want a strong paragraph that supports them, so that we can completely eliminate the occupation by Israel.
Bangladesh, I am from. Sir, I think our Rohingya issue has come a step. Please take it to your resolution. These Rohingya people, how they will go back to your country, to their country. Please take resolution in this Rohingya issue. This is a very urgent issue for Bangladesh. 1.1 million people are staying in our country. And the Turkey government also helping us.
This beautiful. Thank you, sir.
Teşekkür ederim. Buyurun.
Please, sir.
لدينا ملاحظة في الصفحة الأولى في الفقرة قبل الأخيرة نستذكر مسؤولية المجتمع الدولي.
In page 1, the paragraph before the last paragraph, Arab Israeli. When we look at the Palestine issue, it's a right. If we read this paragraph like this, it means Israel's occupation is innocent. So at the end of this paragraph, we should make a call to end the occupation by Israel in Palestine as well as in a certain region in Syria. Otherwise, we are actually making the occupation by Israel look more innocent than it actually is. Mr. Chairman, Palestine, Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. As mentioned by our brotherly country, Bangladesh, for Rohingya Muslims, as far as we are concerned, the Kashmir issue of the Kashmiri Muslims, it is also very historical, and we want to take up this in the agenda also. Thank you so much.
Palestine.
كل تحية وتقدير السيد الرئيس وللسادة على الجهود والدول الشقيقة والصديقة التي بذلت كل الدعم والتأييد والتضامن.
Everyone made an effort. We were in solidarity regarding the Palestinian issue. Thank you very much for making a call to free Palestine of this invasion. My Lebanese counterpart spoke about conflict. Actually, it's a war. It's not a conflict. It's not an Arab-Israeli conflict. A conflict is a simple thing. You might have a conflict and then you might go back to peace. I want to use the word war here. It's actually occupying forces, invasion forces, engaging in a war against Palestine. And it's actually the case in the decisions by the United Nations too. That's number one. And I'd like to make another point, Mr. Chairman, which is today it's the 73rd anniversary of World Human Rights Day. If you allow me, we do agree with the text here, but there are double standards that we have to object. As you know, there are some countries that have double standards for the Arab community as well as Palestine, and they act in line with their own interests. When talking about universal human rights, there is the right to self-determination. We want the right to self-determination as Palestine. We want Palestine to have the right to self-determination. That's another important issue, Mr. Chairman. When we speak about very saddening results regarding immigration. Well, Palestinian asylum seekers, as you know, this issue has been around for many years too, and these rights have a history of 73 years. We want the international community to fulfill their promises. Mr. President Erdogan also spoke about the same issue. He's speaking about superpowers. We talk about power factors. We need to apply the relevant pressure to end colonization. And we need to stand tall against those that put their nose in our business. Why are we always defending ourselves alone? Well, terrorism is not related to religion. Terrorism has nothing to do with any religion. Invasion, of course, is support for terrorism. It's invasive powers that fund terrorism. They are the ones that offer the financial support for them. We should stand up against them. We should eradicate it at its source. And invasion is an international crime, and you can see it in international rules and laws. We want to be legally armed against this. I'm talking about international legality. We want the international resolutions to be implemented at least. And we do offer our support for all sorts of action in this direction. Whoever acts in solidarity with the Palestinian people, we act in solidarity with them. So without pressure on invasive forces, this would not work. This would not be possible. So there is a boycott against Israel, some economic boycotts, but on the other hand, you see that they keep with the same business as they did in the past. So some mechanisms are not really operating, although we speak about cooperation. One last point, Mr. Chairman. Article number 1, central place. Well, the Palestinian issue being a central place. There must be an emphasis on our support for the people of Palestine. You're talking about efforts. The word effort is not sufficient, in my opinion. It's not adequate.
You're talking about settlements. Sorry for taking much of your time. And when talking about human rights today, and there are some settlement areas and also houses are being demolished. And that's why, and look at, for example, the Geneva Agreement. And so this, so the Geneva Agreement has such articles which are against it. So as the Muslim community, so I believe that we should make reference to this agreement as well, in order to support and in order to defend the Palestinian people. And last of all, I'd like to say, so I also support the suggestion of the Jordanian delegation as well about Al-Quds. Yes, Jordan. Distinguished Speaker and esteemed guests, I have a short summary to make about the Palestinian case. So the Palestinian cause, as also stated by our colleagues from the Palestinian delegation, there is animosity, there are some attacks and also demolition of houses as well. And so these are crime in international law. However, I say that. And I would, given all these crimes committed, and I think an article should be added in order to make sure that Israel does not get on well with all these crimes they committed. For example, if you look at Article 6, Item 6, so we are talking about sharing responsibilities and also liabilities as well. I do respect Turkey, but Turkey, I think the content of this article item is a bit hesitant. And so about the refugees, and I think there is a need for a stronger wording. There has to be a serious responsibility. And for example, some countries are hosting refugees, but they are weak at providing services to the refugees, and also item 8. So you cannot prevent migration. And so, and also preventing migration is a human rights crime as well. So if you prevent migration, then you'll be acting against international law as well. People do not migrate on their own will most of the time. And in Article 9 talks about returns. and this has to be volunteer. And so you cannot force anyone to go back to their own country, and it has to be on the basis of volunteerism. And so when we look at Article 13, Article 13 is about human rights, and in the non-member, so Muslim minorities in non-member countries, and about Article 13, and as you know, that Muslim countries. So they have many member countries. However, so there are those countries who are acting in violation of these articles. Who you know who I'm talking about, and I think rights and also liberties. So I think some inaccurate messages are being given. So freedoms and liberties are sine qua non. And so we cannot, so they cannot be used in the same sentence as terrorism. Otherwise, so we'll be conveying a wrong, inaccurate message. Thank you very much. Yes, please. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Secretary General. So very nice things are being said, and also very good suggestions are being made. But without taking much of your time, I'd like to say, so the Executive Committee and so we also have the topic of protecting the Islamic values as well. So we have we have the Quran and Sunnah as well. So I believe we should abide by Quran and also the Sunnah as well. And also we already have the values and principles in our holy book, and we don't need to take traditions. And as I said yesterday. And maybe very nice things are being said, and these are being taken into record as well. And so I hope that. So these are my wishes. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Esteemed friends, and about this declaration, I have noted down your comments on this declaration. Let me make a couple of points on this, and then I'll have some closing statements. And first of all, so Lebanon made an objection to a point, and I find it justified. So the expression Arab-Israel conflict is not strong enough to convey our feelings. So I suggest that we correct it. So instead we should say, so we can say in the face of Israeli aggression, because when we say conflict, it also means that the two parties are engaged in a conflict with each other. And also Bangladesh made a point as well, and also Jordan, our colleague from Jordan also made a point about refugees as well. And I think in the relevant article, we can clarify that article better, and about the refugees migrants going back to their countries, and we can talk about the country of origin, and also there are certain expressions about the improvement of the circumstances in the countries of origin of these people. Maybe we can go for a better wording, and also some more emphasized words have been suggested about Palestine, and also our Pakistani brothers also made a comment about Kashmir, and then this can also be added into the text as well. And I take all these comments into consideration, and of course we all share the same intention. However, and some amendment can be made in the sentences, for the sake of emphasis, and I will kindly ask let's authorize our rapporteurs to make all the necessary changes for the sake of emphasis, and then let's authorize our rapporteurs. Let's grant him the authority to edit this text. And so our Secretary General and our rapporteur now have the authority to make these corrections, and then they will share the text with us following these corrections. And so the Istanbul Declaration has been accepted as well. So we have the geographical group representatives have some requests to extend their acknowledgements, their thanks. So where are our colleagues from Burkina Faso? Yes, sometimes it's difficult to see who is just in front of you. Esteemed Chairman, on behalf of the African Group, we would like to thank Turkey for their warm hospitality during this conference and for also hosting this conference as well. And we would like to extend the Turkish Grand National Assembly as well, and for giving us the opportunity to host this event, this conference as well. And we would like to thank Mr. Mustafa Şentop for his presidency, and we would like to congratulate him. And we wish him all the best in his new position and in this new presidential term. And we present to you the support of the African Group as well. We'll be by your side in this process, and thus, we will work together in order to make this term a success. We would like to thank all the delegations, and we wish all the delegations a safe journey back home. And I hope that everybody will be reunited with their families in good health. Once again, to see you in Burkina Faso. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming all the way to Turkey. Thank you for honoring us. Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to talk on behalf of the Asian Group. On behalf of the Asian Group, I should give my best appreciation to the great National Assembly of the Turkey, and also yourself, I mean that Professor Mustafa Şentop and my brother, Mr. Urhan, for best effort to having this meeting. And I suppose that today we have a long day and very successful regarding the Istanbul Declaration. On behalf of the Asian Group and my country, I mean Iran, we support your best effort during your presidency in POIC, and I think that we can work with each other to promote the common issue through the Muslim nations. And again, I should give my warm thanks to you and all of my colleagues that who today we discussed several issues today. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum ben de.
And thank you very much. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Algeria.
شكرا معالي الرئيس السيد الأمين العام، السادة رؤساء برلمانات الدول الأعضاء في الاتحاد، ضيوف المؤتمر، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
I greet you all with respect. So I must say that I'm quite honored, I'm so honored to have convened in Istanbul, which is the city of cultures, and we are addressing the whole world on behalf of the Muslim countries and also as the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And as part of this, and we would like to extend our thanks to Turkey for the organization of this event as well, in order for common goals to be achieved, and also in order to meet in the vision of peace. So we all aspire to have a just and fair solution, and we would like to extend our thanks to His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and also to Turkey as well for your generous hospitality and for hosting us in a generous way. And all sorts of opinions have been voiced, and hope to see you in the coming meeting. I wish you all a big success. We are working for the success of our conference, and Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine, and I think that's the most important point to be emphasized, and I think it is a common intention for all of us, and of course we are defending and also talking about the protection of the rights of Muslim minorities in non-member countries, and we will continue to do so. Thank you very much once again. I greet you all with respect. Thank you so much. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Secretary General and for his acknowledgements.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على رسول الله هذه برقية شكر وعرفان.
In the name of God, the Merciful, and I'd like to read a text of acknowledgements, and I'd like to thank each and every one of you, and also head of delegations and also speakers of parliaments. So I'd like to extend all our friends and also representatives of our brothers and also friends. So we've been together in the beautiful Istanbul together, and also Istanbul is a city embracing the Islam civilization, and we hear Allahu Akbar. So it's a city of minarets where we hear the call for prayer night and day. And so we hear the name of our Prophet as well. So we would like to extend our thanks to His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan for honoring our meeting with his participation, and also for making historic marks in our session as well. And we should know that, and I think it has been emphasized once again that our Ummah is vibrant and live, and also it is also emphasized that we are struggling for freedoms. And we would like to extend our thanks to Professor Mustafa Şentop as well, who is the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, for his hospitality and for his warm hosts, and also for holding these meetings in the best possible way as well. And we hope that may Allah protect your country, and may the Islam Ummah be protected from all sorts of evil. As the Quran says, be by God, and God will be with you, by you as well. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your participation in the 16th session. Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ediyorum Sayın Genel
So,
Sekreter.
thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General, and I'd like to share with you some brief closing remarks as well.
Değerli meclis başkanları,
Very distinguished speakers of national parliaments, distinguished members of parliament, and esteemed guests, brothers and sisters. And so our theme of this year was sharing conscience and Islam, Palestine, migration, and Afghanistan. We hosted the 16th session of the POIC conference, and we are so happy to have completed it with success. In the sessions we had yesterday and today, we talked about Palestine, migration, Afghanistan, and all the other issues which closely concern the Islamic community. So we had a chance to exchange opinions, and so we are facing some radical changes in the international arena, and it is impossible for us to turn a blind eye to this change. We should become an active subject of this change, and we should make collective efforts for the solution of all the problems faced by the Islamic world. I think it's a religious responsibility for us as well. So the realities of today is trying us in different ways every day. As the Islamic world, we can only find lasting solutions to these by acting together, and during our term presidency, which we have just assumed, and so the parliamentary mechanisms will be used with this understanding, and then we will continue our efforts. And so we also we ensure that all the member countries will sustain their support to our parliamentary efforts under POIC. As you know that POIC is a parliamentary assembly, is a parliamentary union. Our contacts in many fields are taking place under parliamentary democracy and diplomacy. I wish we had executive powers. I wish it was possible for us to take some concrete steps to solve these problems. However, this is a task for the government. As you know that we have the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and we just try to lay the groundwork for their efforts, and we also try to support our governments or the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Another important point, and also I expressed this yesterday, and also in my opening remarks today as well. So what keeps us together, and so the values, those areas. So there are many areas and values which keep us together. And it is only natural that there are conflicts between two people, even in marriages, and also there are conflicts even between parents and children. There are issues in which people do not agree. What really matters is, so we concentrate on areas in which we agree rather than concentrating or focusing on areas of conflict. Vesvasil Hannas. So we always tend to look at points of conflict. However, we should shift our focus to those areas on which we reach agreement. Once we do it, then I believe that we will achieve that big development, and I think that's the point of solution for all the matters. Once we ensure this, the rest will follow suit. What I'm saying, with its population of about 2 million, and our points of alliance, and so we should act together and collectively. And once we act all together, then I believe that we can overcome many problems that are facing us. So the Palestine, and also about Al-Quds, and also through solidarity we can stand against xenophobia and Islamophobia, irregular migration, and also climate change as well. And I think our joint will is also in our declaration today, and I'd like to thank each and everyone for their contributions. And then such meetings will also will help to eliminate the conflicts in the Islamic world, and thus this marks the end of the 16th session of the Parliamentary Union of the OIC Member States Conference. And for your participation, I'd like to extend my thanks to the speakers of national parliaments, to also heads and members of delegations, and to everyone who have contributed to the organization. And I'd like to extend my thanks to the Secretariat of PUIC and also the Foreign Relations and also Protocol Department employees of our Turkish Grand National Assembly. And I would like to thank our interpreters for providing us with uninterrupted services. May this conference have fruitful results, and see you all at the 17th session of the PUIC conference in Tunisia. We will close our conference with the recitation of Quran. Please send take our greetings to our brothers in your countries. Thank you so much.
Hocamızı davet edelim. Kur'an-ı Kerim için. Mikrofon var mı?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الذين قالوا ربنا الله ثم استقاموا تتنزل عليهم الملائكة ألا تخافوا ولا تحزنوا وأبشروا بالجنة التي كنتم توعدون نحن أولياؤكم في الحياة الدنيا وفي الآخرة ولكم فيها ما تشتهي أنفسكم ولكم فيها ما تدعون نزلا من غفور رحيم ومن أحسن قولا ممن دعا إلى الله وعمل صالحا وقال إنني من المسلمين ولا تستوي الحسنة ولا السيئة ادفع بالتي هي أحسن فإذا الذي بينك وبينه عداوة فإذا الذي بينك وبينه عداوة كأنه ولي حميم وما يلقاها إلا الذين صبروا وما يلقاها وإما ينزغنك من الشيطان نزغ فاستعذ بالله إنه هو السميع العليم صدق الله العظيم. الفاتحة.